Hey, Misa. Kitty balloon heart. To you too. How about that Resident Evil 7 last night? Pretty spooky, huh? It wasn't really that spooky. Nothing. I feel like nothing spooky happened. Your name color isn't as yellow as usual? What? What are you talking about? Seems the same. Not that I'm the expert on colors. It's kind of gray. What? That seems completely wrong. Seems completely wrong. I wonder if I can see it on my mobile device. Can I even watch my own stream on my mobile device? I guess I can. It looks... I mean... I guess it looks a little darker, a little duller. I don't know, man. Howdy, Nina. Are you with Karoshi right now? What? Thanks for the good luck and the other thing. Do I like Resident Evil 7 so far? I like how you wait to ask me this on stream instead of any other time. Am I jealous? I'm very jealous, yeah. I'm sure the vibes are immaculate. I like Resident Evil 7 a lot more than I like Resident Evil 6, I will say that. But that is a pretty low bar. I'm trying to think if there's another... I don't think I'm gonna like it more than any of the other like mainline games that I've played. I think it's gonna be my second least favorite behind Resident Evil 6. What up, Tanner? It's just it feels like a more 2010s version of Resident Evil 1 in a lot of ways. You know, there's more like scripted introduction stuff that took forever to get through that was like... I don't know, not that interesting. The graphics have not aged well in a very like 2010s graphics kind of way. And then, but yeah, now I'm kind of getting into a part of the game where you're like exploring the house a little bit more, which is a little bit more like, you know, Resident Evil 1. Like the things that I like about Resident Evil 1, like you're kind of wandering around and figuring out how to find the right keys for the right doors and the right items to use with other things to progress. I like that stuff in Resident Evil 1, but so far it all feels a lot more obvious, and you know, there's like explicit callbacks to Resident Evil 1, like the shotgun thing, except it's a lot more like, I don't know, like it lacks the bite that it had in Resident Evil 1, not just because it's doing the same idea over again, but it's actually doing a like less exciting, less interesting version of the idea. I don't know. Bruh. Don't flatter me. Unless you're talking to Tanner. In which case, you're banned. Yo, Virginia. Okay, I think I have to stop ranting because this has been bad letter recovery consistency. This is coming together. When I'm actually paying attention, it's coming together. Yo, Jai. It's going very well. Baby trick. I don't really know. I guess I should do like a full run through of everything after Lullaby Skip, maybe? Well, I don't know. Most of... What did I actually fail yesterday? I should do a full run through of the moon. Maybe. Since I didn't do that yesterday at all. Yo, BD. That was actually an early A press. Insane. Dude. That was like one of my most used emotes. I'm curious what my most used is right now. That was like my most used emote at one point. I was very confused. I guess it doesn't say right now. Analytics. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the little thing that tells me what my most used is anymore. I did fail this yesterday. Somehow. I did that. That's exactly what I did yesterday. Nina, thank you very much for the 16 months of fake Oscar. Really appreciate it. Had to add fake Oscar to secure the Nina sub. Felt like it was at risk. Although arguably you should not want to sub because fake Oscar is there. The moon... I don't know if anyone is actually motivated by that, but if 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 they are, I guess we'll take it. It's definitely not like I'm not taking advantage of like the optimal psychological, you know, reward schedule or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like you're definitely not supposed to make them wait like 5 years until you get an actually full-size like badge. This feels sloppy still. I wanted to move on after that one, but that felt really sloppy. I mean, it would change your life to have a tiny 2-pixel moon because you are currently not subscribed at all. Let's be real. Why did I do that? Wait, that's my hover button? Wait, what? Okay, hang on. Levitate. How do you clear it like that? Maybe I do need to levitate though. Well, I'll figure that out when time comes. Oh, I saved the state, but we gotta go back. We should go to the Mall of America. Oh, is that in Minneapolis? I've actually been there before. Sure, we can go. We can go to that. If you're subscribed for 5 years, it means you died and somehow your credit card still works. What if my content just gets better and better? And the emotes just get better and better? What if it's just like all fake Oscar emotes? You know, we could have a whole series of fake Oscars. Fake Oscar jumping, fake Oscar running, fake Oscar sitting, fake Oscar eating. Fake Oscar in a dogfight. Fake Oscar dying in the dogfight. We go to a zoo? What? I don't know if we can go to a zoo. Why do you even want to go to a zoo? You can't adopt any of the animals there. Is it normal to have capybaras? I feel like zoos in the US don't normally have capybaras. But maybe I just don't remember. It's been a really long time. Probably been like 20 years since I went to a zoo. Other than this chat. This chat is the zoo that I go to every single day. Okay. Let's hit the dong again. I pressed target too early? Fortunately, if I fail the new part of this trick, or like the new hard part of this trick like this, it's very easy to try again. Bro! I sleep. This buffering is really destroying my soul. But it's what needs to be done. I did one of those hovers too early, or else that would have worked. The body is still down there, so this might not work. Never mind. I shouldn't go for that though. I'm not sure if that works consistently or not if the body's still there. Scary. Scary if I do that at GDQ. What all's at the Mall of America? I don't even remember. I think there was like a roller coaster that goes through the mall. That's all I remember. It's some kind of weird hesitation there. That's not good. Maybe that's it? Does this work? In order to... Wow. In order to keep the Dodongo in the right place there, I had to target before I stabbed. Because I was kind of slow reacting to the Dodongo moving. So that means I didn't get to walk very far with the bomb because I stabbed later than usual to get ISG. It's actually really hard when the Dodongo moves immediately. Ooh, this is really bad. Wait, did he die? I understand what happened there. That was just, I misread the hover heights. There was a Chew hover that I thought was 3rd frame, but was actually, must have been 2nd frame. Brother. What? He's out of range. This might be a 2nd framer. Still works. That's not gonna work. No. I almost got high enough before he did that. That's why you have to react really fast. Or if you don't react really fast, you have to do what I did before. Target before you stab. I mean, seriously? Yeah, if he starts walking immediately, it's kind of awkward. I wonder if that works or if that's too early. Is that gonna hit him? Dude. Dude. So if that happens, I just have to reset and lose the choose. Gotta be faster. I think I know something I can do better there. Yeah, see, even that, like, it would be better if it was faster. So I think I need to delay the second Delay the second Y press. I'm trying to place it before I can place it. Yeah, see, if I only press it twice, the second one is too early and it doesn't actually... I should only have to press it twice. But like, that's still bad. Still bad. I gotta go faster. Maybe I should just wait a little, like that. Why does that happen then? That's annoying. Okay. It's not too bad. I think I might be walking too far. I don't know, I need to do this a bit better somehow, but I don't really want to wait to place the bomb. Ooh, why did that not work? Clip, why did that not work? Why did that not work? Concerning. Oops. I should really have my Y value on the screen. Oh. Oh, that was a bad initial hover. Wasn't it? Can I see the exact frame? So there's that frame? No. Yeah, the bomb turns red on that frame, and then I pause the next frame. Okay. Thank God. I thought maybe my strat wasn't consistent. I just paused on the wrong frame for the bomb hover and didn't notice it. I mean, I should have slowed down those hovers. There was no reason to do them that fast. But I'm mostly concerned right now with whether this is gonna clip. I have no idea. The main case where like he doesn't move immediately, I've kind of got down, I feel. That's interesting. So he actually went that way. So maybe I actually want to react slower. Or target a little later. Or maybe it's just RNG, how far he walks toward me before he turns. Yeah. Yeah, I want to go sooner. Okay, let's try just targeting as soon as he starts walking toward me. That's probably consistent, if I had to guess. Well, that's just easier. And not really any slower. Okay. It's not gonna hit, is it? Okay. Why was I going that fast? I think he needs another hit. Ooh, that's good. That's a good backup strat. Time the bomb so that it drops into the other bomb's explosion and damages him again somehow? How did that even work? I guess it just hit him. Feels so good, man. Even though I'm losing time compared to my old strat, Feels so good for it to actually be consistent. I'm just not quite getting that last one. Interesting. Oh, when he's pressing his foot into the ground. Stepping down, in other words. It's like I'm getting too far. What if I'm holding down right for all these hovers? Right before he presses his foot down. Maybe I have to wait until he's rearing his head up when he's not close like that. Oh, that actually put him farther away? What? I want to target a little later, I think. Did I just do 9 hovers? I just did 9 hovers. I did that in that one attempt yesterday as well. Problem. I guess because his tail is kind of facing me there. It works better. Where the hell are you? We do not want that. But that's just the worst. Yo, Harris. Well, we're gonna go with this for now. Gonna move on. That's enough. Ooh, bad angle. Another bad angle in the opposite direction. Pretty bad again, honestly. Bro. Thanks, Burp. Is this an okay angle? I can't tell. I don't know, we'll go with that. I failed this in runs yesterday, but it was just because I had beeping hearts and I got some super weird movement direction. Well, I guess we're failing it for new reasons. It's cause the fucking ESS change when I opened my controller. I opened up my controller and then closed it again, and now my ESS range is different. I wonder if the diagonals would... I guess the diagonals would be different as well. Probably. But I haven't, not really used diagonals in this category that much. What? Literally, how did that happen? I had a brain fart. Is this gonna work? Get the mathematosis going.
One such enemy, and as a result it kind of ends up feeling a bit like a mini boss. It's the kind of thing you do it once and you never have to do it again, but it's tough. I think the main reason why this is because the player can't warp around in Dark Souls, whereas they could in Demon Souls. In Demon Souls, the Archstones were the bond.
Nice.
Bonfires of that game, and whenever you found an archstone you could warp back to the Nexus and thus warp to any other archstone in the game straight away. In Dark Souls though, the world is all interconnected and you can't warp around, which means if you want to move from one location to another you have to actually physically go there. Now that is one of my favourite things about this game. I love that there is no warping at the start of this game. The fact that you have to walk from place to place, even if it's a little bit of an inconvenience, really brings you into the game a lot more, I think. That's why the enemies that only appear once are a lot more common, I think. You can think of them almost like shortcuts in a way. Obviously they don't unlock any extra paths or anything like that, but they do make your world that little bit safer and make it that little bit easier to move more freely from one area to the next.
Base take.
That stuff becomes a lot
based.
more important if the player is going to be going back and forth between an area several times, which they'll probably be doing a lot on their first playthrough. One thing I want to point out here are the alluring skulls that you can find here right next to the bull, which are very deliberately placed. If you read the description on the alluring skulls, you can use them to lure the enemy to certain places, which works really well against the boar, especially because there are fires littered around this area. This is the kind of thing that you actually see in a lot of games, where a game will give you a tool right before you need to use it, which makes a lot of sense. In Dark Souls though, the tool first of all is optional, which is nice, and secondly it respects your intelligence. There isn't anybody who comes along and says, oh, alluring skulls work really well against boars or something like that. Your character doesn't comment on it. Nobody points it out to you. It's up to you to look at the item, find out what it does, and formulate the strategy by yourself, which makes it so much more satisfying than when a game just points something out to you. If there was a pop-up box that said, use the skulls to lure the boar, then all sense of accomplishment would be gone. But even though the alluring skulls make the boar much easier, it can still be satisfying because you came up with a strategy by yourself, and so you have a right to feel good about that. So they don't rob you of that sense of satisfaction, which is really good. Later on in this area we have the Balder Knights, who are considerably more skilled than the undead that we've been fighting so far in the game. These are one of the few enemies that can actually parry you, so they go into a parry stance, and if you attack them during that, they will parry you and do a critical attack against you. It seems like a bit of a strange step up in difficulty to allow the player to be parried early on when many of the later enemies can't do that, so I'm not really sure what the story is behind that. But apart from that parry move, they're not particularly threatening, so I suppose it's not too bad. It's just a bit of a weird step up in difficulty in comparison to the rest of the game, I think. This area in particular is one of those areas where the first time through I remember being very relieved once I got to the bonfire, but on every subsequent playthrough it's been incredibly easy to make my way through this area. Partly it's just getting to grips with the mechanics, and partly it's knowing where everything is. For example, there's an ambush right here where you walk out and you get ambushed from both sides, and once you know that, it's very easy to avoid it. It's kind of an extension of the Undead Burg level rather than a brand new stage. It just happens to take place in a slightly different area, but for the most part it's quite similar in difficulty apart from those Balder Knights. A little bit further in is the tower with Andre the Blacksmith. This tower here connects to 3 different areas. It connects to the Undead Parish, Sen's Fortress, and Darkroot Garden. To me, this highlights one of the most impressive things about Dark Souls in comparison to Demon Souls. It's the lack of load times in between each stage. In Demon Souls, the load times were pretty egregious. It was probably around 20 seconds or so just to warp into an area. But in Dark Souls, of course, it only needs to load whenever you die because you've snapped back to a different location, so that's pretty reasonable. How this works is through a technique called prefetching. Anytime the game wants to use something, be it a texture or an enemy or something along those lines, it has to be loaded into the RAM of the machine. The RAM is what's called the memory, and it's where things are stored when they need to be accessed very quickly. You can think of the RAM as the place where you store things that are in use. So if you're in an area and there's going to be an enemy type in that area, the enemy type should be in the RAM because you're going to be using it. The reason it needs to be in the RAM is because the RAM is very fast in comparison to other storage methods. When you think about the data of the game, you think probably about the game disk because that has the entire game on it. And that's true, it does. And that's the great thing about disks, is they have a lot of storage capacity. But in computer terms at least, they're relatively slow. To us humans they appear to be very, very fast, but in reality they're actually kind of slow for what a computer needs to
Thanks,
do.
Ghost.
The problem with it is that a disk has to physically rotate around in order for it to be read, which is relatively slow. If anything has to physically move, that's slow. There's also a certain amount of variance in the time it takes to get something, which makes it a little bit unpredictable. Hard drives work in a similar fashion, although they're faster than disk drives generally anyway. When you compare that to the RAM, the memory, that doesn't have a disk. It doesn't have moving parts like that. It's much, much faster as a result then, because nothing has to physically move around.
Whoa.
For comparison's sake, the time it
How'd I
takes
end up
to
that
retrieve
far?
something off a hard drive is usually measured in milliseconds, which to us is very fast.
What?
That's 1,000th of a second.
Oh, I'm
However,
not
the time
facing
it takes to
straight right.
retrieve something from RAM is measured in nanoseconds, and the difference between the two is very vast. 1 millisecond is 1 million nanoseconds. Prefetching is just kind of the fancy term
We've
for
not
it. If you
gone
think of it,
bowling,
you
no.
can kind of think of it like loading. It's what happens in your typical loading screen in a game, where things are taken from the disk and put into memory so that they're ready to go whenever they're needed. In Demon Souls then, the prefetching would have happened all in one big chunk. The game would have said, okay, I'm going into Boletaria, I'm going to need all the Boletaria stuff right now, and then it loads in all the Boletaria stuff. In Dark Souls, this is handled much more cleverly. It happens in the background, and the Undead Parish Tower here is a very, very good example of that happening. As the player makes their way towards Andre's little tower, there's a lot of trees on the side which obscure your vision. The reason it works this way is because this buys the machine time to dump the old assets and bring the new assets in. This is a pretty impressive leap in technology from Demon Souls because it's a very, very core piece of technology of the game, and generally you find in sequels that developers don't want to mess with that stuff if they can avoid it. The benefit of making a sequel compared to just making a brand new game is that you get all of that code that you used before and you can build on it instead of having to work from scratch. So it's impressive that they were willing and able to make those kinds of changes in Dark Souls, I think. You can see though that it's as much a level design concern as it is just a basic programming concern, because there's only so much the programmers can do to make this work. The level designers have to meet them halfway, and that's why this Undead Parish has a long tunnel of trees leading towards it, so that old areas can be dropped, new areas can be brought in. And when you're in this area, you should be able to see Sen's Fortress, Darkroot Garden and the Undead Parish all at the same time, but you can't just because of those trees. There are other areas in the game where this kind of stuff is done, and it's usually a lot less conspicuous than a big row of trees. Usually it's an elevator because it's a nice enclosed space and it means that the player can't easily walk backwards the way they came. Andre is of course a very useful NPC, and he has some very useful advice as well, both from a story standpoint where he tells the player to trust their weapons because they won't betray him, which is an interesting line of dialogue, but also because he tells you about upgrading armor and all sorts of things like that. Obviously he's still in it for himself because he does charge you souls to buy things and repair things, but that's reasonable enough. Nobody could expect anything for free in this kind of world. Overall, he seems like one of the more relaxed NPCs in the game, and obviously one of the most useful. The blacksmith's hammer that you can get by killing him has a pretty funny item description which makes it dig at the player. It says, "Can be used as a strike weapon, but better left in the hands of its talented owner." In other words, this is basically the developer's way of poking at the player for saying they're either stupid or cold-hearted for killing Andre. There's still some stuff left to do in the parish, so it's back to there for now. The first thing on the inside is this large knight who's guarding a very important item, but I'll talk about that in a minute. As for the knight himself, he can hit pretty hard, but his attacks are pretty slow, so unless you let your guard down, there's probably not too much to worry about. You can parry this guy, but you can't riposte or backstab him, so there's not really much point in trying to do anything tricky. You're better off just trying to play it safe. On the way further up the church, there's this Balder Knight here on the stairs, which highlights one of the problems with the combat in these games. When you're on uneven ground, the combat doesn't really work the way you would expect a lot of the time. In other words, it's very hard to backstab or
Unfortunately, he does not have a very strong take on The Last of Us 2, in my opinion.
post some enemies when you're on a different height to them, which makes dealing with them kind of annoying, and especially this
Still an okay video, still some interesting insights, interesting points in it.
guy here. The problem being that he tends to keep his shield up, or he'll go into a parry stance, so there's not that much you can do. You kind of have to wait him out and chip away at him. It's also a rather restrictive stairwell. It's quite small in and of itself, which means that your weapon can bounce off the wall sometimes, which again is just a little bit more frustration there. After him, there's a more interesting encounter with the first channeler. And channelers have something which is surprisingly unique amongst the enemies of the Souls games, in that they can use an enchantment on the other enemies around them. When these basic undead enemies are enchanted, then they do a lot more damage than they did before. It makes them a lot more dangerous. Thankfully, just like the boar from earlier, this is kind of like a mini-boss encounter where you kill the channeler once and then you don't have to fight him again. I like these kinds of encounters though because they make you change the way that you're thinking about the combat and make you just play a little bit differently. In this case you have to be even more cautious than usual. There's another Baldurite, again positioned unfortunately close to some stairs, but the reward for killing him, if you can call it a reward, is coming across Lautrec. Now, this is obviously a very similar proposition to the one in Demon's Souls where you freed Yurt from a cage and then Yurt went back to the hub and some things could happen with Yurt, which were maybe not so pleasant. Anyway, the unpleasantness with Yurt in Demon's Souls is something that's quite scary for players picking up Dark Souls for the first time. Lautrec capitalizes on this. Even though he's not the same character that he was in Demon's Souls, he's obviously supposed to be very, very similar to Yurt. The voice actor for Lautrec is the same voice actor as Patches, so it just goes to show that he's putting on a very, very similar voice to the one that he did for Yurt. As somebody who played Demon's Souls first, this made me question whether or not this was a double bluff, because he's so similar to Yurt it makes you wonder whether or not they're going to do the exact same thing that they did again. Now, the unpleasantness with Yurt is actually quite different from the unpleasantness with Lautrec, but the point is they are both unpleasant. So my next move with Lautrec will be to go back down to Firelink Shrine and murder him as quickly as possible. To get back down to Firelink Shrine, it's a case of taking the nearby elevator, and I think this is the moment where the level design of Dark Souls really grows on people and surprises them. I know even though I was expecting shortcuts in Dark Souls, and I was pleased with the little shortcuts that I had found so far, coming across this one back down to Firelink Shrine was a pretty impressive moment. It's a real testament to the level designers that they were able to lead you away from Firelink Shrine for so long and then bring you back there without you even realizing. All of the NPCs in the game of course have different equipment, and it makes fighting them all that little bit different from each other. They're all humanoids, so they're all kind of similar, but their equipment does make a difference. Lautrec, for example, has a shotel, and he can switch out one of his hands to a parrying dagger, which means that he can quite easily parry your attacks. The shotel is quite dangerous as well because it can hit even through a 100% block shield, so even if you have a shield up he can still damage you. He's quite dangerous as well, especially when you get him on low health, because he has the red Tearstone ring equipped, which means when he's on low health his attacks get a big boost, so if he parries you when he's about to die, you're in big trouble. He puts up a bit of a fight here for me, but thankfully I'm able to kill him, and this secures two nice things for me. First of all, he drops the Ring of Favour and Protection, which is one of the most interesting rings in the game actually, because it's balanced very differently to all the other rings. What it does is it boosts your health, your stamina and your equip load, which is quite a lot to get out of a single ring. The downside, however, is if you take the ring off, it permanently breaks for the rest of your playthrough. This sets up an interesting dynamic then. You have to question whether or not you're willing to put the ring on and not take it off for the rest of the game. This also kind of suits who Lautrec is, because his full title is Lautrec the Embraced. And what that means is he was apparently embraced by the goddess Fina, which means that he gains her favour and protection, much like the Ring of Favour and Protection. So I assume that taking off the ring then is seen as some sort of betrayal to Fina, which is why you only get one shot to be in her favour. Personally, I don't do anything too fancy with my rings, so I'm going to be using the Ring of Favour and Protection in one slot and just using the other slot to swap in whatever relevant ring I need from time to time. The second bonus to killing Lautrec is that it secures Firelink Shrine, because the unpleasantness with Lautrec is that he kills Anastasia before he leaves. Anastasia is the Firekeeper, and without her, Firelink Shrine ceases to function, which is a very big blow to the player because Firelink Shrine is your hub. Anastasia herself is one of the most enigmatic NPCs in the game, especially considering her very prominent position in Firelink Shrine. We don't really know that much about her. The main thing that we know is she had her tongue cut out. Crestfallen Warrior speculates that they cut out her tongue so she wouldn't say any god's name in vain. He's probably right, because elinguation is a punishment most commonly associated with those who blaspheme. With so few details about Anastasia, it's possible to imagine that she has the most bleak tale in the game, even though we don't see any of it. Sometimes what you imagine is way worse than anything that you can show. One thing that we can see regarding her in the game is you can use Firekeeper souls to boost your Estus Flask by talking to her. And that in itself is a pretty grim proposition, because the Firekeepers are women much like her, so she's willing to use the souls of other Firekeepers to boost the strength of your Estus Flask. With Lautrec dealt with, we can finally move on to the next boss, which is the Bell Gargoyles. I think I've been referring to Demon Souls quite a lot so far in the commentary. I reckon that will taper off a little bit the further we get into the video, but there's no getting around the fact that these are Maneaters 2.0. They are, however, less extreme in a couple of ways. First of all, there's the environment, where you can still fall down, there's still ledges to fall off, but it has a lot more space to move around than the Maneaters gave you. It's also a little more forgiving because the second gargoyle comes in at half health. Lastly, I would say another thing that makes them a little bit more manageable is the fact that they have different attack patterns. It seems like the second gargoyle that comes in is more likely to use the fire breath attack, and the other one is more likely to try and hit you physically. It's a really good feature of this fight because having the two enemies behave differently makes it a lot more dynamic, but it also gives you more openings, strangely enough. If the two of them were just trying to physically attack you, then you probably wouldn't get that many windows to counterattack, but when one of them is breathing fire, you can kind of lure the other one away or get around them and do some damage.
Bruh.
This also shows a new recurring feature of boss fights, which are tail weapons. By cutting off the tails of certain bosses, you can get a special weapon that you can only acquire that way. Personally, I don't use these weapons, but I do think that it's a good addition to boss fights. First of all, for the people who use the weapons that they get out of them. Obviously, they are very happy to have those extra weapons in the game.
Dude, why can I
But
not
also because it
cancel?
adds another layer of difficulty or another layer of strategy to some of the fights. When you cut off the tail, the boss can't use the tail for any attacks anymore, so that does add a little layer of strategy to the fight even if you aren't planning to use the weapon. On some of the bosses as well, it can also act as a self-imposed challenge to try and get the tail from the boss even if you don't intend to use it. I'm not sure how much work it took for them to implement them. I'd say it probably wasn't too bad, so I'd say the effort that they put into implementing these tail weapons was well worth it. This is also the first opportunity I've had to summon an NPC. In this case, before you fight this boss, you get the option to summon Solaire and Lautrec. Obviously I can't summon Lautrec because I've killed him, but I could have summoned Solaire for this fight. Again, the summons aren't really something that I personally use, but I do think that they are a great addition to the game. The online in these games is quite unique and something really worth experiencing. It's become a little less unique over time as some other games have built in some of the features of the Souls games, but it's still something that the Souls games have ownership over. Personally, something I think about a lot in regards to games, not just the Souls games, is the preservation of games going forward into the future. I mean, when I was a kid, games were already advancing rapidly, so there was a lot of games that I missed out on because I was only born, or games that were before my time even. Thankfully, with old consoles dug up from attics or slightly less legal means, there's plenty of ways to experience those old games. And part of the reason why they're easy to experience and go back and play even well after their heyday is because they were a simple package that you bought and that was it. In other words, there was no online, there was no DLC, there was nothing like that. It was just a thing that you put in a machine and it played a game. Those lines are really blurred these days, especially when you have games like the Souls games where the online isn't really integral to the experience, but it does add a lot to it, even just reading messages. It makes me kind of sad to think that there are so many games these days where the online is such an important part of the experience that there are a lot of people growing up today who won't have the ability to go back and experience those games properly. Dark Souls is one of my favourite games, and I would really like to be able to show people 10 or 15 years from now what this game was like. Thankfully, thanks to the NPC summons, the game offline is a little better than it was in Demon Souls because you get a little bit more of the experience even though you can't play online. The NPCs aren't any match for a human. They're not going to be able to imitate human behaviour properly or anything like that. But it's just nice that if you take the game offline, there's no longer a chunk of it that's missing anymore. So that's why I really appreciate the NPC summons, even though I personally don't use them, because I could see myself using them many years from now when I go back to replay the game and want to remember what the online was like. With the gargoyles dead, we can finally ring the first Bell of Awakening, which is the first major objective in the game accomplished. At this point we don't even know what the Bell of Awakening does, but this little cutscene accompanying it does give you a sense of satisfaction even if you aren't really sure what you've accomplished yet. Once you ring the bell here, if you're playing online, it can be heard by other people who are on the same server as you. That's one of the really satisfying things about doing co-op on this boss. If you help somebody beat the boss, you get to hear them ring the bell shortly afterwards. You mainly hear it if you're in the Undead Parish, but sometimes you can actually hear it all the way down in Firelink Shrine as well. It's a bit more rare, but it does happen. Coming down from the bell, we have the appearance of another NPC, Oswald. Oswald's appearance is interesting to say the least, the fact that he appears here without warning after you ring the bell. Personally, I know somebody who let out a very loud shriek upon first seeing Oswald thanks to his creepy pose. In fact, the only reason Oswald didn't end up killed straight away was because the controller was dropped on the floor in all the screaming. It's a good thing too, because Oswald is the only partner in the game, which turns out to be kind of important if you end up angering any other NPCs. If you do, you can pay a price with Oswald and the NPC will forgive you. Personally, this isn't something I'm a big fan of. I think it takes away from the permanency of your actions as a character, and that's not really something that I associate with the Souls games. That said, I can kind of see how this came about, because Dark Souls is a much longer game than Demon Souls, so they were probably afraid of somebody doing something stupid really early on that would haunt them for the rest of the game. I think they should have just stuck to their guns on this though, and if the player does something that they regret, then they do something that they regret, and their first playthrough is all the more interesting because of it. The last thing I'll say about Oswald is that he and Lautrec are both from Kareem, which seems like a pretty interesting place given the NPCs that originate there. The impression I get of Kareem, based on the NPCs that originate from there, is that it's a rather cutthroat place where everybody is out for themselves. Although this entire game takes place in Lordran, a lot of the stuff that you find or the people that you talk to originate from elsewhere. I like the little hints you get from characters and item descriptions about the places outside of Lordran, because it really makes the world feel like it has a proper history and it's not just one location that you're going through. So far my route through the game has been very standard. What most players are going to do on their first playthrough is go straight from the Undead Burg to the Undead Parish and ring the first bell shortly thereafter. That isn't to say that this is the only route that you can take, just that it's the most common one. There are alternatives available if you pick the Master Key at the start of the game. To demonstrate this, it's none other than the Shrieker herself, back after her humiliating defeats in Demon Souls to show us an alternate route through Dark Souls. As you can see, this character is fresh into Firelink Shrine, and actually she'll be skipping the Undead Burg entirely. The very first thing she does after arriving in Firelink Shrine is run around and collect some of the stuff that I've neglected. There's actually quite a few pickups left around in Firelink that you can get straight away. They're mostly soul items that you can use just to get a few extra souls, which can be useful to equip yourself at the start of the game, or maybe get one extra weapon upgrade in from Andre. The first thing that she's going to do here is take the elevator right down and use the Master Key on a gate that leads to the Valley of Drakes. The Valley of Drakes itself leads to several locations, and the one that she's going to be going to is Darkroot Garden. Keep in mind, Darkroot Garden is right next to Andre, so that's the area that I could go on to next, but there's this other path around to it as well. You do have to run past a couple of drakes here in order to get to it, but if you do so, then you end up coming out on the other side of Darkroot Garden and you can continue around that way. Now, this path is laid out so that she can equip herself very well, and the first item that she's looking to get is the Grass Crest Shield. The Grass Crest Shield is a decent shield in and of itself, but its main benefit is that it provides a passive stamina regeneration boost. It's a very useful thing for a shield to do, especially if you don't plan on actually using the shield very much. If you two-hand your weapon and don't plan on using the shield at all, then the shield can just sit on your back and still provide some benefit because you get that stamina regeneration anyway. Right around the Grass Crest Shield there's another Black Knight that needs to be dealt with. This character is a pyromancer, so it's very different from the character I'm playing, but in this instance it's better to just try and knock the knight off the ledge rather than shoot fireballs at him, because he'll often put his shield up to block those. Moving on though, we can see the fireballs in action. At the moment this is the only spell that she has, and it'll be the only spell that she has for a little while, but she'll be able to gear herself up in other ways. After speaking to Andre then, the shortcut back to Firelink Shrine can be activated shortly afterwards, which means this character has essentially caught up to where I am. She's still several levels lower than I am though, because she hasn't accumulated souls from the Undead Burg and the bosses that I've killed. The enemies here in Darkroot are quite interesting and different from the ones that we've seen before. They have a much longer range, but they also don't have any kind of shields to protect themselves. They do a good bit of damage, and they have a very severely damaging grab attack that they can do if you're not careful. Most of the enemies in the game are humanoid in shape because humanoids are easy to animate. Animation systems are just set up to animate humans more than anything else. But the animations on these guys, even though they're humanoid shaped, they're very different from the other enemies. They're very elastic. They stretch out almost kind of in a cartoony fashion, but it really works to make them feel that little bit different from the other enemies you've encountered so far. Just a little bit into this area, there is actually a hidden bonfire right behind an illusory wall. Personally, I didn't discover this one on my first playthrough, and I remember being very surprised by the fact that there was a bonfire hidden right there the whole time. The shortcut right next to this bonfire is different to most of the other shortcuts in the game in that you need to spend souls to unlock it. It costs 20,000 souls to buy the Crest of Artorias and get through here, and the other way around is very, very far away, so it takes quite a lot of walking to avoid this shortcut if you want to be cheap with your souls. It's kind of surprising that there aren't more shortcuts that work this way. I think if they had overused it, it would have been a really boring way to implement the shortcuts, but I could certainly have seen one or two more shortcuts working in a similar fashion. If only because your souls are obviously very important, and it just increases the amount of decision making you have to do with your souls to have to buy the Crest of Artorias to get through that door. On your first playthrough, it's a real question of whether or not it's worth it. I think most people would agree, especially later on in the game, that it's well worth the 20,000 souls it costs, but you don't really know that early on. So I think it's an interesting little decision for the player to have to make, whether they spend those souls on weapon upgrades, leveling up, or using that shortcut. I generally prefer the way the other shortcuts work, where they're just things that you unlock automatically after killing a certain amount of enemies or exploring properly. But I do think one or two more doors that you unlock with souls would have been kind of interesting. The enemy designs here take a bit of a strange turn, and one of the strangest enemies are these things which are basically just trees. They don't even fight back, but you can kill them to get into other areas. I'm not really sure what's going on with these things, but I prefer them to the illusory walls that the game uses in other locations. The thing about this is, if you get close to it, you can see it moving, and if you're paying attention, you can see the area behind it as well. So it does help to keep the little extra area a secret there, but it feels a lot more natural than the illusory walls where you basically just have to guess where they are. There's also some oversized guardian enemies here with a giant sword. Generally I find that oversized human enemies don't really work very well in these games for a couple of reasons, but the enemies here which use Tranquil Walk of Peace, I find those to be quite interesting. The fact that they can use a spell against you which restricts your movement just makes them that little bit different from every other enemy in the game. Even though there's other enemies in the game that are very similar to these ones in size and in terms of moveset, the fact that they can use that spell just makes them stand out. They're the only enemy in the game that can do that, and differentiating enemies by just giving them something unique, just one thing that other enemies in the game can't do, is kind of enough to justify their existence. It also helps that they don't wear out their welcome. They're not the main enemy of this area. There's only 7 of them split across the entirety of Darkroot Garden, so there's not that many of them to deal with. In this area...
Holy shit, I disagree with that. There's only 7 of them, but like... they aren't really placed in like interesting ways. You know, they're all just kind of placed in a way where you can just fight only that and nothing else, and not deal with any environmental obstacles at the same time. And like 7 of those is way too many if there's not going to be variety to how they're placed and stuff. For reference, they take forever to kill, usually. At least when I got there in my playthrough, they took 1 billion hits to kill. And then they slow you down, which is annoying, like, very tedious.
Area you can get Artorias' ring, the Wolf Ring, which grants you extra poise. Poise is a new concept in Dark Souls, which it seems was mainly introduced in order to balance the armor sets a bit more. What it determines is how much recovery your character will have to go through when they're hit by an attack. Every attack in the game does a different amount of poise damage, and depending on the amount of poise damage in the attack and how much poise your character has, your character will respond differently when they're hit by that attack. In the worst case scenario, if your character is hit with a heavy attack and they have low poise, then they'll be sprawled out on the floor and it'll take a long time to recover. In the best case scenario, if you have a lot of poise, even if you're hit with a heavy attack, your character might not even react at all. This can be most notable when it comes to attack animations. If you're in the middle of an attack animation and you're hit with something, then if you have a lot of poise, you'll be able to complete your attack anyway. On the other hand, a character with lower poise will have their attack interrupted, so it's the difference between doing that little bit of extra damage to the enemy. Similarly, if you're using Estus, that can be affected by how much poise you have. Keep in mind, poise doesn't negate the damage, it doesn't have anything to do with the amount of damage you take, it's just whether or not you get interrupted by those things. Generally, the amount of poise your character has depends on what armor they're wearing, so if they're wearing light armor, then they have low poise, and if they're wearing heavy armor, then they have high poise. In Demon Souls, there was less incentive for you to wear heavy armor. It did protect you from damage, but the poise was the same for every character regardless. Ooh. It's just one of those little balancing tweaks, and personally, even as somebody who uses heavy armor all the time, I don't really care that much about its addition in Dark Souls. I do think it's a decent addition, but I wouldn't really miss it if it was gone. It does go a fair way towards balancing the armor sets better, but it comes into play when you're hit by an attack, so it's not the most important thing because ideally you should be trying to avoid damage if possible. The poise ring can be quite useful on a character like this because the
Yo,
poise
Simon.
of the basic Pyromancer set is quite low. Since she doesn't have any other rings especially, there's no reason not to equip the poise ring here and just have that benefit as well. The area that she's exploring now isn't a very large area by any means, but it is one of the more open spaces in the game. In this little area there's around 13 enemies, and the nice thing about having an open space like this is you can slowly wander around and pick off the enemies one by one. The reason this works is because the enemies here aren't just standing around like most of the regular enemies in the game. They're waiting for you to get close and then they jump up at you. So the challenge here is just a little bit different from the rest of the game. Basically, you just have to engage the enemies one-on-one and try not to stray too far from where they are so that you don't wake up anything else. If you panic and start running around, then you can anger a lot of stuff very quickly. Things can go wrong very fast. But if you take it slow and keep a cool head, then it's a relatively simple area to get through. I think this comes back to what I was saying earlier about these games rewarding different kinds of skills, and in this area the skill is taking it slow and knowing where you can and can't fight. The boss of this area is the Moonlight Butterfly, and I think this one, maybe more than any other boss in the game, goes to show how different characters can have very different experiences with the bosses. For the Pyromancer, this boss is relatively easy because the Fireball is a powerful ranged attack. It's also easier to dodge the butterfly's projectile attacks when you're wearing lighter armor. For the Knight character, this one is considerably more difficult. First of all, I don't have any ranged attacks, so I can only attack the butterfly when it comes down to rest. And secondly, it's much harder to dodge the projectiles when your movement and rolling is much slower. I'm actually using a little bit of a trick here to make this boss a little bit easier for myself though. Because there's a little wall between you and the butterfly, if you intentionally equip armor which makes you do a heavy roll, you can roll so that the wall covers you from the attack. It doesn't work perfectly, but it's about the best strategy I've found for this boss wearing heavy armor. To do that, I've equipped the Elite Knight armor, which you can find in Darkroot Garden. The Elite Knight armor is basically the same as the armor set I started off with, except it's just a little bit better, but also heavier. This fight also demonstrates just how much the Master Key opens up the start of the game. Keep in mind that for the Pyromancer, the Moonlight Butterfly is the first boss that she's fought outside the Asylum. If we exclude the Asylum Demon and take into account the Master Key, which opens the game up a lot more, then there's actually 7 bosses you can do as your first boss. You can do either the Taurus Demon, the Bell Gargoyles, the Moonlight Butterfly, Sif, Quelaag, Pinwheel, or the Stray Demon. There's also a skip that you can do by falling down in the Undead Burg that allows you to do the Capra Demon first instead. Even excluding that one, because it's likely unintentional, 7 bosses for the start of the game is quite impressive. Demon Souls had a really nice open structure where there was always 5 different paths you could go down thanks to the Nexus. And although Dark Souls tries, it doesn't manage to be quite as open as Demon Souls. There is more things that you have to do in a single playthrough in order to get to the end. That said, at the start you can do 7 bosses, and that's more than you could do in Demon Souls, so in some ways they did a really good job with the openness of it. As I said earlier, the main problem is your incentive to do these things. In Demon Souls, each of the 5 worlds had very different resources and different items in them, which made them all viable to choose at the start. You might want something in one that you wouldn't be able to get in the other. Dark Souls isn't quite as good at that, but you'll see with this Pyromancer's route there are items in each location that can be useful in the next one. For now though, we'll be switching back to my character as I make my way to the second half of the Undead Burg. Thankfully, the route that I'll be taking back to the Undead Burg is a little different from before. Using a key that I found earlier, I can cut straight through Darkroot Garden back to where the Taurus Demon boss was. In here we find Havel the Rock, who is interesting because he's not a red phantom, but he's not an NPC either. He's just a unique character that you can't speak to because he's already hollow. He has a surprisingly fleshed out history in the world. If you read the description to the Great Magic Barrier, it will reveal most of his backstory. It says, Havel the Rock, an old battlefield compatriot of Lord Gwyn, was the sworn enemy of Seath the Scaleless. He despised magic and made certain to devise means of counteraction. Given his animosity towards Seath, his friendship with Gwyn, and the fact that he wields a dragon tooth as a weapon, I think it's fair to say that Havel was around when the battles with the dragons were taking place. He hits very hard and he has a lot of health, but he's also quite slow and susceptible to parrying, so once you figure out the timings on his attack, he's not that hard. He drops Havel's ring, of course, which is one of the more valuable rings in the game since it increases your weight limits significantly. You can often use this one in conjunction with other rings like the Ring of Favour and Protection or the Darkwood Grain Ring in order to get very powerful results. Personally, I'm going for a heavy build, and I think it sucks some of the fun out of the game if you're wearing heavy armor but rolling around like a ninja, so I'm not going to be using it myself. It does raise some questions about balance, and I do think that the rings could have been balanced better. It's hard to say for sure what exact tweaks you would need to make in order to balance out the rings a little bit better, but I think one way they could have avoided this is just by having one ring of each type. By which I mean things like the Darkwood Grain Ring, the Ring of Favour and Protection, and Havel's Ring, they all interact with your weight limit, which means when you stack two of them together you get very good results. So perhaps ideally they should have just had one ring, just Havel's Ring, that would allow you to roll better, and maybe the Darkwood Grain Ring and the Ring of Favour and Protection could have done something else instead. I'm just throwing that out there. I do think it probably would have sucked some of the fun out of the game if you couldn't do interesting things with the rings by combining them together, but it probably would have made them better balanced overall. After Havel, we're finally back in the Undead Burg and we can make our way lower thanks to a key that we got in the Undead Parish. Now we've finally circled back around to that gate I told you to remember earlier on. I have a bit of a vendetta against this gate because I think it stands for some of the problems that Dark Souls has in comparison to Demon Souls. First of all, there's the fact that it opens inwards and blocks the stairs considerably, making it much more awkward to get back down the stairs than it should be. It's especially problematic because there's a bottomless pit just below that, so it's very easy to just fall down and die if you don't walk past the gate very carefully. That's really only a minor problem though. The main problem is, if you were paying attention earlier, you would have noticed that I couldn't open the gate from the other side. This time around, I could open the gate, but I didn't have to use a key to do so. You don't have to pick up a key to do it, you can just open it from the other side. Obviously though, this makes no sense because the gaps in it are very wide, so your character could just stick their hand through to the other side if they wanted to. This is one of the things that's weaker than Demon Souls, and in most games honestly this kind of stuff wouldn't really be worth pointing out. You can suspend your disbelief about why the gate doesn't open from one side. The reason I have a big problem with it though is because it's one of the things that Demon Souls did very well, and it's one of the things that drew me to that game over other games. If you think back to Demon Souls, nothing in Demon Souls had this problem. All of the shortcuts made sense for the world that they were in. In Boletaria Palace you had to pull levers to open up gates. But that makes perfect sense because it's a palace. It's supposed to be locked from the outside and opened from the inside, and a lever is a good way to do that. Similarly, in Stonefang there was an elevator, but the elevator made sense because it was a way to deliver ore from the mines down to the blacksmith. In Latria there was lots of gates kind of similar to the ones in Dark Souls, but they all required keys to open. Apart from one unintended exploit, there wasn't any shortcuts in Shrine of Storms, and the shortcuts in the Valley of Defilement required you to kick over a plank or fall down in a specific way, which makes sense for that part of the game. Demon Souls is much smaller than Dark Souls, but it also feels much more internally consistent. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that think it's petty of me to care about little things like that, but it's one of the things that really drew me to Demon Souls, especially compared to other games, because I find that these problems in Dark Souls are present in a lot of other games as well. So I think it's kind of sad when a series loses something that it does really well, and it's one of those things that drew the fans there in the first place. This isn't to say that Dark Souls is bad at this stuff, it's not, it's actually quite good at it, but it's still worse at it than Demon Souls. I also think, at least in that case...
If only he knew. If only he knew where it was going, though. Right? What, 9 years ago? 2015, so... Yeah. If only he knew. Holy shit.
Would have been pretty easy to solve by just placing a key somewhere behind the gate. That way you can still only open it from one side, but it just makes that little bit more sense. I'm not going to point out every little problem with internal consistency in Dark Souls, but I do think that this section of the game is pretty rife with them. For example, it's a little hard to imagine that anyone could have locked Havel up in that tower behind those little wooden doors that would probably shatter into a million splinters if he just hit them once with his dragon tooth. Similarly, there's no way for the player to break down a simple wooden door to save Griggs, and inside the little houses in this area there's no beds or furniture or anything like that, they're just little stone cubes. Like I've said, this area is one of the worst areas for this kind of stuff, but it recurs from time to time. There are other gates that open in a similar fashion, and overall it's just not as tightly designed as Demon Souls in that regard. One thing I see from time to time when this kind of discussion comes up is people will throw out the argument that there's all sorts of nonsensical stuff happening in these games, so you should just accept it the way it is. I don't really buy into that argument at all. I mean, there are some things that you just have to accept for the game to work. For example, Estus heals your character even though it's fire. The reason it works is because you just don't know enough about Estus. You don't know where it comes from, you don't know what it tastes like, you don't know how exactly it heals the undead, and that's fine. The problem is, in a typical day, on my day-to-day life, I will interact with several doors, and I have a pretty good idea how a door works. So that's the problem for me. That's why I have no problem with something like the Crest of Artorias opening up a door, because that's magic. That doesn't need to be explained to me. But I do need to know how my character can open a gate from one side, but not the other. This area is an area of ambushes, and I think this reflects how life probably would have been like in the lower burg even before things got as bad as they are now. You get the impression from the enemies here that the people in the lower
If you're too far right, you can save it by unrolling. If you're too far left, you can't.
burg were probably of a lower class than those higher up. The Capra Demon also reflects this ambush philosophy by being an ambush boss. I think the main thing they wanted to accomplish with the Capra Demon was that startling moment the first time you walk through the fog and the boss is already on top of you. And while it makes for a very memorable encounter on your first playthrough, it doesn't hold up quite so well the more times you fight against him. The only reason he's difficult is because two dogs spawn alongside him and the area itself is quite cramped. As with anything else, there are good ways and bad ways to tweak the difficulty of a boss, and I think throwing in a couple of extra enemies is not really a good way of doing that. It can be especially frustrating because the dogs are kind of unpredictable, so it's easy to get caught on one of them and then hammered by the Capra Demon while you're trying to get away. The only thing I'll say in its defense is the memory that I have of walking through that fog gate and seeing the Capra Demon for the first time is one of the most vivid memories I have of my first playthrough. Having played the game several times since then though, I don't think that memory was worth the inclusion of this boss. Once the novelty wears off, all that's left is a relatively bland boss with the potential for a lot of frustration. Once again, the game manages to loop quite smoothly back around to Firelink Shrine, so I think it's time to give my character a rest for a few minutes and swap back to the Pyromancer. Another area that's accessible right from the start, even without the Master Key, is the New Londo Ruins. First of all, just tucked away on some stairs here, there's a blacksmith. So it's interesting that even though you might not find him for quite a while, there's a blacksmith right underneath Firelink Shrine the entire time. Blacksmith's name is Rickert, which is almost certainly an homage to the Berserk series of manga. Berserk is a dark fantasy series of manga, and in it there's a young blacksmith called Rickert. I think the relatively unique name and the fact that they both have the same profession is enough to be sure that this is a nod towards Berserk. If you're not convinced though, there is also the wheel skeletons, which are very similar to a demon in Berserk as well. But perhaps the biggest similarity of all would be Artorias, who is very reminiscent of some stuff in the manga. It's not really a surprise that Berserk is an influence on the Souls games because it's a popular series and it's of a very dark type of fantasy that you don't see very often. I would certainly recommend it to anybody who has played the Souls games or is interested in them, and particularly who is interested in the atmosphere that these kinds of games have. Although the Berserk references seem a bit more overt in Dark Souls, really it's Demon Souls which is most similar to it atmospherically anyway. Dark Souls is still, of course, a dark fantasy game, but there's also this infusion of other elements which gives it a different atmosphere than before.
Yeah, he's wrong, so... It's actually a skill issue that those are the best action games that he is able to enjoy. Or that he has found. That he has found or that he has been able to enjoy. There are infinite more interesting things that you can do in action games than just press the button at the right time. No matter how complicated the visual cue is for when you're supposed to press the button. His favorite game is Bloodborne. There you go. There you go. I mean, look, there are valid reasons why your favorite game might be Bloodborne. Like, if you like the atmosphere, right? You really like the art direction and the atmosphere and stuff like that, and you also kind of enjoy the gameplay as well. But if we're just talking about gameplay, those games, like especially Bloodborne onward, do not hold up to the best action games out there because they're just too simplistic. It's just too much all about the timings. It's way too close to just being DDR, you know? It's just DDR with more complicated visual cues. What are the best action games out there? An angel dances in the sparks of a bonfire. I also like, I don't know if I would call this like I don't want to say this one from an objective perspective. Like, I don't want to make it sound like this is an objective claim, but because I think the difficulty is tuned very high, and if you're playing it without save states, it won't it won't it won't hit the same for you as it did for me. But I really like Strikers 1945, the first game. A lot of shmups are really good if you have save states. Hyper Demon, really good FPS. A lot of Sylvie games have great action in them, or some of them are straight up action games. Tetris, pretty good. Bruh. What's up with that split? What do you mean? Split? So, why am I falling down? Oh. So I'm pressing the R, Z, A, and B buttons all at the same time, because that's the cheat code to reset the area so that I can practice the trick again. But when I do that, he voids that. It sends him down to the void plane. That's how it works. So that's him going down toward the void plane. Best game released prior to 1985. Tennis. If we're saying video game, Terra Cresta I think is 86 or something like that. 1985. What year was Tetris? 1985. Fuck. 1908. Arcade shooters, bullet hells. Yeah, bullet hells is a good genre. Oh, I mean, probably Pac-Man, right? Tempest is also good. Wire. Definitely not Rogue. Fuck that game. 1980s and video games. I'm sure there are early arcade games that I haven't put the time into. Yo, Kicks. This is the first game I ever played in my life. Honestly, Balloon Fight is kind of fire. Any Balloon Fight enjoyers? It's not better than Tempest or Pac-Man though. I mean, Pac-Man is really a pretty good game. Burger Time. This is like a good game for Americans. I haven't played it, to be honest. Honestly, I don't remember what Tempest, the original, is like compared to the, sequels or remakes, whatever they are. It's probably not better than Pac-Man. But the later versions of Tempest are awesome. Tempest 4000 on Steam is an amazing game. Okay, let's get a little. See, it's already got this insane like this is pretty interesting in terms of the like perceptual warping. You know, it's messing with your ability to actually perceive what is going on, and that's where a lot of the difficulty comes from. It leans way into that in the later versions. That's one thing that's amazing about Tempest 4000. But even the original in 1981 or 1980, you know, he was already getting very experimental with it. Yeah, this game's awesome. Probably wouldn't put it above Pac-Man though. I've heard people talk about Joust a lot. I mean, I can't even tell what this is. What am I looking at? Yeah, I don't know. 1985 is where it really takes off. In 1985, you get Tetris and you get Terra Cresta. Those are both great games. What the fuck is that? I don't think Super Mario Bros. Like, I don't know. I'm a little bit of a hater, I guess. What am I gonna play? Rule of Rose, Haunting Ground, Silent Hill 2 and 3, Kuon? I don't even know what Kuon is. Is that the like nighttime school for Asian kids? Forbidden Siren 1 and 2? Is that like the Japanese title for Fatal Frame or something? What the hell is Forbidden Siren? The American title is just Siren? I really want to play Rule of Rose. Not because of the bannable content that's in it, though. Just because it seems interesting gameplay-wise. I also really want to play Silent Hill. But I would start with 1. Of course. ...1983 arcade game Star Wars. My thoughts are I've never heard of it and I assume it sucks. I should have waited a little longer. I'm very bad at that backup. Yeah, I think... Yeah. Any like games that came out in the 1980s that are still like that still really hold up against modern games? are kind of outliers. The 90s is when it's really started. 90s is when action game design really started coming together. What am I doing? I mean, I guess that's not true. I guess there was some intelligent action game design happening before that. But the hardware limitations made it so that the games had to be pretty simple, and so it was very hard to have something really interesting. Something with staying power that was that simple. But then in the 90s you get bullet hell shmups, you get beat 'em ups. Actually, was Final Fight was probably in the 80s. Now that I think about it. What is this? I never actually looked at the original. The way that it's separated into these little lines is pretty confusing. But, like, you know, it's Tetris, dude. The game's fire. 89 for Final Fight, yeah. What are other good, yeah, around like 1990 is when beat 'em ups and shmups started really getting serious. And by getting serious, I mostly mean like they were able to start doing more interesting things. First of all, because of the hardware, they were able to just have more stuff going on and have more stuff in the game. But also they were able to get more advanced, get into more advanced. They were able to ask more of the best players, especially, but ask more of everyone, because people had skill built up from playing a bunch of the baby shmups that came out in the 80s, right? Dude, I keep ending up too high here. I think I'm throwing the last bomb, or pulling the last bomb a little too early, maybe. I need to play more Streets of Rage 2. I haven't played it on Mania or whatever. People say Streets of Rage 2 on Mania is legit. Just read the Chernobyl comment. But based on the amount of Streets of Rage 2 I've played, I actually like Streets of Rage 4 more, I think, which is... I have not, Claire. I don't know, there's things that I like more about 2 and things I like more about 4. 2 is more dense. 4 is kind of bloated with like a bunch of extra characters that aren't that interesting, and like modes, and also just the campaign is a little bit more. It's a little bit too long. I could have condensed it and made it more tight. No, he doesn't do the music for 4. The music in 2 is better, but 4 has a lot of like remixed stuff from 2 that is good, and it has some good music of its own as well. But yeah, 2 is kind of the GOAT for music. Straight up one of the best soundtracks in games. The credits song in that game is so satisfying. That's probably the most satisfying credits music ever created. What? Let's get it. Let's get it. Should have hit the Dongo Grotto one more time, but I already hit it twice today. I hit it once offline. I gotta build new muscle memory around this. Thanks, Slaria. Thanks, Future. Thanks, Mono. I wonder if I would get banned, if I could get banned for watching that BioShock Infinite video on stream. I would not be surprised. My channel just instantly went to fade to black, you know? My channel just instantly got taken down as soon as that word was uttered. I don't care about Ethan Klein and Hassan's beef, I gotta say. Yeah, BioShock Infinite has some awful writing. Was Ken Levine a hack? What do we think? I don't know, it's weird. Like, BioShock 1, not an amazing game in my opinion. A little bit, a little bit of a juvenile treatment of the ideas that it's, you know, tackling. But, you know, it's kind of nice. It's kind of, it's at least neat, you know? And the story at least makes sense. It, like, makes sense at all. And the themes are a lot less, like, generic. So the story makes sense, and the things that it's about are things that not every single story ever created is about. BioShock Infinite is a regression in both of those departments. Major regression. Have to beat Baldur's Gate 3. Why do you have to beat Baldur's Gate 3? Genuine question. Yeah, a lot of the audience for BioShock 1 was like 12 years old, or 15 years old, or 18 years old, or whatever. I was like 18 years old, and I thought it was a good game. So it's fine. Not every game has to be for me. Not every game has to be for 30-year-old me. Slow. Yeah, but you could just not finish Baldur's Gate. You're talking about BioShock 2, Momo? Peepaw? BioShock 2... I think BioShock 1 was more of a complete package for me. 2 was whatever, you know. Arguably the gameplay was better, but it didn't really feel like it had much of a reason to exist. I don't know. It's been forever since I played it, so I don't really... Could be remembering wrong. No, Baldur's Gate 3 is a game, I'm pretty sure. Isn't it a role-playing game? I'm pretty charitable about what counts as a game, honestly. Compared to other people who have genuinely considered the question, I'm pretty charitable. Because, I mean, the fact is, we call these things video games, regardless of whether they're a game in the traditional sense. Like, regardless of how much they conform to the traditional definition of a game, we call all of these things video games. Basically anything that's any interactive entertainment or artistic experience using a computer is a video game, colloquially. So why not just embrace that, man? Like, also, if you exclude those from being considered games, you know, like who better to accept the kinetic novels or whatever and stuff like that? Like, if we don't accept those people, where are they going, you know? We might as well lump them in with us. Hello? Yo, Sigma. Or Andy. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I think my run's on July 8th, by the way. It was good? Nice. Yeah, I'm not big on definitions in general. Especially when I do not have the power to change the generally accepted definition, right? Which is always, pretty much. You got a PB and a Hundo NSR? Nice. Hundo NSR. I'm guessing that's unrestricted? I mean, it's restricted. No, yeah, unrestricted in terms of glitches. I don't think I've watched that. Seems like a lot of SRMing. Or I guess acing. I'm interested. I'd be interested to see someone run NSR with no major glitches though. Even though it's a lot of heart piece duping. Is that a real thing, Tito? Dude, the Ace Attorney games are kind of fire. Original trilogy, at least. I haven't really played past that. I played Apollo Justice and it was fine. And I played, what's his name? Edgeworth Investigations or whatever. 1. And it was not very good. But original trilogy, despite not really being games that feel like they were designed for me, you know, they don't feel targeted at me very much or very precisely. But so considering that, I really like them a lot. I gotta sneeze. But I have heard good things about Edgeworth 2 and also Bro. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Edgeworth 2 and also the Great Ace Attorney duology, which I have not touched. There were several Edgeworth games. There were 2, I think. So yeah, I haven't played like the 5th or 6th game in the main series. I don't even know what they're called. Or the 2 Great Ace Attorney games, or Edgeworth 2. There might be some other one that I'm forgetting. Maybe I should try them sometime. The DLC, it's not really DLC, but the one that they added in the DS version for the original Ace Attorney, I feel like was pretty good. It was definitely a lot more complicated than the rest of the game. It's the one with like the police badger or whatever. The police department badger mascot is a central figure. You know what really bothers me whenever I think about it? Is that we don't time the file creation and selecting the file and all of that at the beginning of the run. That's not included in the timing. We start the timer at the moment that we choose the file to actually like open the file for the first time. But we do include resetting the console and going through the file select screen again after you reset and all that, and choosing the file and everything. I know it's autistic, but that actually bothers me. It should not be like that. Well, you could still make stupid file names. You might even have more fun knowing that you're wasting time on your speedrun to do it. With the right mindset, you can have more fun. It's like a flex, you know? It's like a flex that you can still get this kind of time. Despite wasting time on the most trivial shit. Yeah. Except it would just be A. It would just be A, or it would just be whatever the Japanese character is that's first. The one that I always use. I don't know what it is. I guess it's the Japanese A. Maybe. Bruh. Ain't no way. So what's my strat for Dodongo Grotto again? I'm targeting before I get ISG. No, I'm doing my usual, my same thing after I stab. I don't like that. What? Let me clip that. I think my guess is that my Chew input got eaten by the Dodongo dying. Did the Dodongo dying freeze frame happen exactly when I would have pressed Chew? No, it doesn't really seem like it. Actually, maybe. I feel like that's the only possible explanation, because like the other thing I was thinking is I might have accidentally fat fingered the Z button, but that would be like, it would still. Oh. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, I could have also fat fingered the Z button. If you press the Z button in the air and then you press the Chew button afterwards. So if I press Ocarina in the air and then I press Chew afterwards, it doesn't pull the Chew. So that also might have been it, but I should be careful about hovering while the Dodongo's dying, I guess. Tragic. I'm gonna take a break for just a minute. Go to the bathroom and stuff. Be right back. Yo. Almost just walked off. Makes sense. Green splits live. I'm pretty locked in. I'm actually thinking about other things, but I'm thinking about other things in a way that doesn't prevent me from being locked in, I don't think. Maybe I should learn to time the stair side hops. Honestly though, I'm very, very tired. Not like sleepy, but just like low energy. Turns out that removing a lot of sugar from your diet does that to you before it makes you feel better. I'm experiencing sugar withdrawal right now, man. No sugar for at least like a couple months or something. It's just the next step, man. It's just the next step in getting better. Healing my digestive system. I have multiple things that you're not supposed to have that feed off of sugar. And so the first step to getting rid of them is to stop feeding them. According to a doctor, yes. Yes, according to multiple doctors. Oh, did you mean the thing? Do you mean that I have the things according to a doctor, or I have the things according to a stool test? No, not tapeworms. Just bad bacteria that you're not supposed to have, and yeast that you're not supposed to have. Not AIDS, no. Not yet. I think I'm on a good trajectory to never get AIDS in my life, I gotta say. does not seem very likely that I'm gonna get AIDS. But you never know. Maybe they're gonna make airborne AIDS. I'm sure those scientists in Wuhan are already hard at work on that. Going to GDQ, better be careful. Well. My bad. Okay, I'm a little, not quite that skinny. But yeah, it's not possible for me to gain much weight currently. Trust me, I've tried. I've talked about this on stream once or twice a while ago. But yeah, hopefully everything that all the progress I've made with my diet and what foods I can tolerate and stuff, hopefully that's all been leading up to this, and this will be kind of the big thing that helps a lot. I'm pretty optimistic. You never know, but I'm pretty optimistic that things will get a lot easier past this point. Took a lot of painful trial and error to figure out what I needed to do. But I feel like it's pretty solved now. But Jesus Christ, I'm tired right now. My body needs sugar, man. The big problem is I don't really like chicken that much. That's why I'm eating 2 pounds of raw beef for every meal. No, but actually I'm eating a lot of I'm eating a lot of beef. I mean, I can eat chicken, you know. Every once in a while it's fine, but some people are just like eating like 2 chicken breasts every day. Whoops, forgot what to do. I could not do that. I could not eat chicken every day. I could eat beef every day, I could eat turkey every day, I could eat like tuna every day. I could not eat chicken every day, I don't know why. Yeah. I have to be pretty careful with the spices as well, though, is the problem. I tried 14 beers at Chili's. No, I have not. Supposedly alcohol is one of the things that feeds the shit that I need to kill, though. So I need to not start drinking. I need to not take up drinking anytime soon. No, I don't drink. Well, I shouldn't. I shouldn't for my health, but also, I don't know. I don't like the idea of it, so I've never done it. I'm not as opposed to the idea of it these days as I was when I was younger. Mostly, I mean, probably because I see people drinking in a more mature way these days, right? When I was younger, everyone was binge drinking, which I didn't have interest in. But yeah, I'm not saying I would never drink at all, but I've gotten this far without doing it, so I'm not in any rush to start, I guess. Never had a cold one with any boys or girls. No comment, Peepaw. No comment. Dude, people drink so much at GDQ, it's insane. It's actually insane, but I assume that Imbued won't be going hard. Misa and I will not be going hard. He definitely went too far up. No way! I thought I had time because I thought after the 7th hover you're always high enough. But I guess if he's that far away from you, you can do 7 hovers and he's still too far. So that was bad RNG. When I recognize, I guess, okay. I guess the rule is if I recognize that he's gonna be that far away, which I recognized before I did a single hover. If I recognize that, I will simply actually I could have continued that, whoops. I will simply reset. We're working out the kinks, man. Oh, I totally messed that up because I was trying to do the backup. I actually don't know why that... Oh. No, I actually don't know why that didn't work. I'm gonna clip it. I can't tell if anything's wrong here. Maybe I got a slow mega, but that would be weird because... It'd be weird if I got a slow mega there because I got a first framer. But I haven't been doing this unbuffered, so maybe... I don't know, man. Concerning. This is the right frame data and everything. Something... I have to assume that something was wrong with the mega flip. Let me see if I can hear my control stick. I don't know, man. Let's go into KZ again. Let's go into KZ again for this, I guess. Is the Dodongo stuff useful? What do you mean? Oh, he's gonna eat it now. I should have waited. I guess it's good if he eats it. It saves a bomb. So here I should just reset, right? No? I should drop this and let him eat it? Hopefully. Oh, he's not gonna eat that. Aw, man. Okay, something weird's going on with my Mega Flips. Unbuffered it here, it seems. Oh, that's interesting. It didn't give me a frame of leniency on that pause buffer like it normally does. Not sure why that would be. What am I doing? Is he not coming? Does this work? Did I just do an extra hover? Why do I do that sometimes? Why, man? It's because I'm trying to count the Dodongo's damage taken at the same time that I count the hovers. He might be in a bad spot. that an insta-kill? That's interesting. I guess that's what I should be doing in that scenario. Yo, Mighty. Was that the wrong hover? Wait. Did... Okay, so that might have been because I pulled the bomb slightly too early. Oh wait, I said I didn't. Well, I didn't know if I got the right. Let me just clip it and see if I got the right frame hover on that one. Right frame for the bomb hover. Difficult trick, man. Can't really tell. I can't really tell. I'm assuming that it was wrong because it didn't work. Dude, stop doing that. Stop. Go, Rido, go. Oh, maybe I should drop a bomb before doing the 8th hover if I know that it's not going to hit, but that's hard to know. Okay, alright. Was that just too many second framers? Because I did feel like I was doing a lot of second framers. Let's see if I can count the second framers. 1, 2. It's really hard to tell. But that was definitely at least 3 second framers, and I know 4 can fail, so. Assuming that was just that. There's just so many ways to fail this shit. Wait, I should try to learn how to continue that. Okay, see, there my backflip input got eaten. I gotta make sure I'm not trying to do hovers while the guy's dying. That's bad. There's just no way to fix that, I feel. Probably just have to reset. Dude. Why am I not watching variables? Okay. Brutal. Can I just go for this? What if I just go for this? Amazing. Whoops. Whoops, wasn't paying attention. Get up there! No. Yeah, it's just doomed if when you turn the camera, he's still loaded and moving around. You have to turn the camera right before he gets into the range where he stays loaded even if he's off screen. I was not sure if that would work. That's not gonna work, right? No, not a mega flip. So there I just reset because I can hear him still stomping around, which means he's gonna be over there. Yeah. There I'll just reset. I'm starting to get it. I mean, I was starting to get it a long time ago, but I'm really... It's really coming together now. No, this definitely saves time on average if you play it reasonably well. I feel like the worst case is like about the same as Swamp. Oh, unless you're talking about with buffers. I'm just doing the buffers for GDQ. Okay. Is that a good idea? Can't tell if it's a good idea to kill him with the bomb that I mega flip with. But I will say this uses a lot more chews than Swamp Gossips. So if you're doing this in a route where, you know, you're losing time from using those extra chews, you're losing time somewhere else, then maybe. But in this route, we don't really lose time from wasting these chews here. From spending these chews here, I should say. There's no way that works, right? Holy... I cannot believe that works. That's not gonna work. I did the hover completely wrong. The bomb hover. Well, what is even the time save of doing that in any percent in MG? Like, it's JP only, right? So we would lose a lot of time from switching to JP. I don't know what these fails were, but they feel like flukes. It feels like feels like we got this, right? I mean, I understand stuff now, like I have to wait. I understand stuff now, like I have to wait. If the Dodongo's dying, I shouldn't do a hover at the same time. And I understand now that I should drop the bomb in his mouth if he's too far away, and if he needs multiple hits especially. I got the timing a little more down for when to turn. I know how to back this up now. Was he just walking? Oh no, he's right there. It's quite a bit slower, yeah. Like, come on, man. Wait, that's resetting KZ, not resetting the game. Whoops. It's time to get a run going. We're making progress, though. We're making progress on working out the kinks of this new strat. Of course, there's still like insane nuance to it. Yeah, I think the way that human in first cycle would save time for any percent is if we can just skip the Skull Kid interaction inside, skip going inside the clock tower and interacting with Skull Kid and getting the ocarina and stuff. Skip all that entirely, but that requires skipping Song of Time entirely, which means we have to do everything in one cycle, which would be pretty tight. And yeah, we don't currently have a way to like get the ocarina for that. I think. Is that the only problem? Getting the ocarina? I think so. Because if we had the ocarina, then we could just go ahead and get Song of Healing and Deku Mask from HMS. And then we could just go through the rest of the game like the whole run would be in first cycle, you know? Which that's a lot of stuff to fit into first cycle, because also I think, is it Honey and Darling Day 3 that you have to use for that trick? I can't remember which day it is, but you know, you have to fast forward to whatever day it is for that before you can turn human. So then however much time you have left, that's how much time you have to do the entire run. Yeah, but all fairy rewards is already on JP. It saves like 10 seconds or less, probably. Honestly, I'm not convinced it saves any time. But someone timed it to save a little bit. But yeah, like, so yeah, the only... You know, the additional time save we could theoretically get from becoming human in first cycle is skipping the Skull Kid, right? And if we could get that, you know, skipping Song of Time, if we could do that, and that made sense for the route, then it might be worth it to switch to the Japanese version for any percent. Well, we would still get Song of Healing. We just wouldn't get Song of Time. There's no way to skip Song of Healing. We don't have any leads on that. But we could theoretically skip Song of Time. Yeah, we would get the ocarina. This is like assuming we could get the ocarina through Gim somehow. But this is currently the blocker for this idea, is that we don't have a way of doing Gim without Zora Mask or Hookshot, I think. But if we did, then this would potentially be on the table. And potentially JP would become faster for any percent. Can you not get Hookshot because the first cycle world is different? Don't you need Zora Mask to get Hookshot? Certainly you need Zora Mask to get into PF like the normal way. Yeah, I think you need Zora Mask to get Hookshot. You can't hover enough to get into PF without first hookshotting up to those platforms to those targets or whatever on the cliffs. So yeah, Zora Mask is required for any type of gem in this game as far as we're aware, I think. Although, yeah. Or maybe there's just some way to trick the game into giving you that cutscene, giving you the Song of Healing cutscene without having an ocarina in your inventory, and then you can just go through the whole game without an ocarina. Actually, that doesn't work. Because you can't do ocarina items to play ocarina as Zora, and you need to play a song as Zora to get into Great Bay Temple. So yeah, you actually need an ocarina. I mean, but you could do something like I just described to get Song of Healing and then get the ocarina through Gim once you get Zora Mask. But this is all just hypothetical. What I'm saying is we need some kind of breakthrough, some kind of new discovery for any percent to even possibly be good on, or for human in first cycle to even possibly be good for any percent. But it would be interesting for endgame time to matter so much for any percent in a very different way to how it matters in other categories. Jesus. Pretty sick of doing first cycle right now, man. This is the run though, surely. Surely. I'm trying to think about other theoretical time saves for any percent. But the route feels pretty tight, honestly. There aren't really any other ideas that feel very close to being good, I think. Well, one little thing is you could theoretically A-slide through the ice instead of shooting it, instead of action swap shooting it or whatever. But that's only a little thing, and it seems pretty non-RTA viable. The ice in the first room of Snowhead, I mean. Yo, Summer. What changed about the Dodongo Grotto is I'm doing a different strat to attempt to kill the Dodongo as I'm hovering. So the Dodongo is like getting hit by... I manipulate the Dodongo into a position so that he dies to my hover explosions. So that by the time I do the Mega Flip, the Dodongo is dead, and so he can't affect the clip. Because that's what was making... Something about the Dodongo being alive makes the clip inconsistent. And there's no way to really control that. While keeping him alive. What? My target didn't work. Okay, I give up. I'm gonna go hang out over here. I don't know anything about OpenAGIM. Why shit, man? Why shit? Well, we can't do that. We can't do that from first cycle. I don't think. Good evening, Chris. Thanks, Murky. Surely this is the one where we get past the Dongo Grotto, right? Surely? After I just did it a billion times in practice and it was fine. And it was like pretty good for a new strat. Pretty consistent for a new strat. Ooh, surprised I didn't activate that cutscene right there. It's a really bad angle. Ouch. Terrible turn. That's a new one? Doesn't kill the run though. Let's try again. You know, at this point, we have to take this. I mean, good gameplay other than that. Everything else has been fine. But that is pretty slow to reset the grotto at that point. But it's 211able. Easily 211able. We take these. What am I doing? Wait, oh wait, I'm supposed to do that. I was thinking I wasn't supposed to take off the mask there. I'm going insane. Opinion on koi fish. I don't know why I would have an opinion on that. I don't really remember what they look like, to be honest. Opinion on adult diapers? They're super yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say, man. Super comfortable. Really good for speed running. Longer categories, you know? Or shorter categories if you have diarrhea, I guess. Overall, 10 out of 10 for adult diapers. Better than koi fish. Razor and... Oh, Razor the gamer mouse or whatever, yeah. Gamer peripherals. Yeah, it would be nice to get a toilet installed, but you know, right here behind my desk where I speedrun. I can just get my unpaid intern to bring me the toilet, you know, like in South Park. It's the great thing about an unpaid intern. They have to do whatever. They have to do whatever you tell them to. Or risk losing their job, which would be devastating. All $0 would be lost. Howdy, Nile. It's fine. No, dude, turn around. think the new strat is 100% consistent, but it's hard to tell. There might be some super rare scenario where it fails beyond my control, but it's at least a lot more consistent than it was before. And it was already like 75, 80% consistent before. What's up? You wanna come on the stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can come on the stream.
I came to bother you.
I'm speedrunning. Don't bother me. Speedrunning bitch. Fuck off. Are you touching my hair right now? What the fuck are you doing? I'm speedrunning. It was very serious. Okay, I can't use this chew here because of baby woodfall strats requiring an extra chew. Fine. Tiny bit early, like 1 frame early. Tried to delay it a little bit, but it's really awkward to delay that roll after you've already transformed. But yeah, I really like the new strat. It's at least more it's at least significantly more consistent. It's not as hard as what I was trying to do before I decided to kill the Dodongo. It's just not nearly as hard. So even though it's a bit slower in most cases, there's a good RNG scenario where it's like barely slower, like less than half a second slower than what I was doing before. But most of the time it's like, you know, 2 or 3 seconds slower or something because of RNG. But it's just totally worth it to make it that much easier and more consistent. Like, it was just straight up bullshit before, man. The way I've been doing it, it's just such a waste of time to do that much first cycle. Especially in this category where Dodongo Grotto is... you know, farther into the run than it would be in any percent. It's like 28 minutes or something. It's basically 28 minutes of first cycle. Am I close enough?
You ask that every time, but you've never, like, not been close
Well,
enough.
that time I was genuinely a lot farther away than I usually am.
Like, I've never
Like-
seen you not be close enough.
There actually was one time when I was not close enough, but not since I switched to backwalking there. Since I switched to backwalking there, I don't really know where the visual cues are for close enough.
Would you ever grow out facial hair like the Gorons have? Like their little thing right here?
A big spikes all around? Is that
Not
what you're talking
yet.
about?
But the other Gorons.
I don't know what the other Gorons have.
You don't pay attention.
I'm not into Gorons like you are, apparently. Oh look, oh you mean
Yeah, the little,
that
like,
little soul patch?
fuzz that they have.
But that's not how human hair actually grows.
Okay,
Like
well,
it's,
not all of them. Let me pull up a picture.
I should have that haircut though on the top of my head.
See, some of them have like this kind.
Oh, that's like
Like this kind. Like this dude. You could have like that too.
it's just not real. Actually, that's what Pete, my friend Pete Aldion in the chat. He's got that facial hair. Or at least he did at one point. Probably fake news that he has it now.
How about when you grow out like this thing, you know, where you have it around your lips?
No. I'm not growing out any facial hair. My facial hair just doesn't look good.
Yeah, have you ever done it? Have you ever tried it?
Well, it's been a long time. I do have more facial hair now than last time I tried it, but I mean, I tried it, you know, I tried it just out of laziness. Like I had like some weeks where I could just be a complete degen and not shave and not have to go anywhere. Several years ago. So I just...
Have you ever tried the like... Good job. Have you ever tried the like Leonardo DiCaprio hair? Where like you have to like split down the middle and like...
Oh,
like
the
the
regular
90s
hair. No.
Yours is
That
like-
seems terrible.
Yours is too curly for that hair. Yours is too curly.
It's not curly, it's like slightly wavy. There's a difference. A nice pencil stash. Is that the Hitler thing? I'm guessing.
Okay, let's see this guy's facial hair. Oh, you can't see his face. Never mind. Oh, see, his is a little bit longer. It's still like under his lip though, but it's like a little bit longer.
It's like a super wide soul patch that humans do not have. Does that... So... I thought I failed ISG, and I just... Why, man? Why? We're killing the run to that. We're killing the run to this. I like blinked at the wrong time and missed whether I got ISG or not, and that's why I messed up the first time, because I was like too busy paying attention to that and I didn't pay attention to the fucking... I'm gonna cry, man. I mean, at least we got to play 20 minutes before going back to first cycle that time. But yeah, it seems like every time I do that backup where I do the 2 slow bomb hovers, it seems like every single time I don't get enough height. Even though I always think I do. So I guess I should practice that. That's something I could easily have to do at GDQ. So yeah, it always seems like I get enough height. Whereas sometimes with the main strat, it feels like I got very little height, and it still works. There's probably something weird going on, like I'm not actually in range of the pillar or something. Or something about not untargeting on the last hover. I don't really know. Depressing.
Are you sure it wasn't because you were thinking about the Goron's mustache?
Yeah, it's because I was bricked up thinking about the Goron's mustache. That's why I failed. That's it. You figured it out. do you want to try and figure out the parking situation from this
Oh, yeah.
email?
Sure.
That was a perfectly good run, man. Perfectly good run.
Well, I found like a bunch of places near the hotel that we can walk to, too.
Yeah. Like, for food or what?
Yeah, for food. The parking
Well, we're
is
yeah.
$30 a day.
$30 a day. So, can we park somewhere else?
I don't know.
Why can't you get couples mask in first cycle? Well, it's not that you can't, but getting it before getting Ocarina? That's what you're saying, right? Or can you do it in first cycle? You might not be able to do it in first cycle because what day does it have to be for that Honey and Darling trick? Because you can't go back. We don't have a way to reset it to day 1 after it's day 2 or day 3, right? We have to, you know, set the midnight meeting on day 1 if we want to get couples mask, so... If Honey and Darling has to be after day 1, then I don't think there's a way to do it. What am I doing? You have to be human to wear Cafe's mask, which you have to do to talk to Anju. No, I am not a child. Brutal. Zeroth day. I don't know, man. I forget how that shit works. I know it takes forever, though, so no. We were actually discussing for this route, Imbued and I were discussing the possibility of doing a 0th day for aliens. Somehow. But then Gigo was like, no. There was some reason we were overlooking why it didn't work. Can't remember what it was. Or not that it didn't work, but it like didn't work for the route. 0th day aliens is a thing. Just not for this route.
The problem is if we parked anywhere else, like they might not let us go in and out again, so we'd have to like keep the car there, you know what I mean?
In and out of the parking lot.
Yeah.
But it's all paid. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's all gonna be paid. Parking. There's no free.
Damn, bro. $30 a day is just cooked. We should have flown. I guess it's not too late. The gameplay is degenerating. I might need to take a break and try again after dinner or something. Can we turn? Jesus Christ. Do we continue these? I'm not even sure. It's pretty rough. Probably gonna be like 40 seconds behind or something. We'll at least get another rep of Dodongo Grotto in. Another serious Dodongo Grotto attempt.
So this one place that's like a 3-minute walk away from the hotel is only $45.47 for the whole time that we'd be there, but the thing is, like I said, we just can't, the 3 nights or whatever, we just can't go in and out.
Alright, we're just gonna park at the hotel for $1 billion.
Okay.
I don't think the iceberg thing is really RTA viable. It's also really far away. I think it's heavily RNG dependent, it's not just like difficult, not RTA viable. I think it's like a super rare RNG thing for that to work. The iceberg thing is something that you can use to get human in first cycle, instead of using honey and darling day whatever. You can go to Snowhead, right below where you climb up to get Goron Mask. There's these like rotating ice platforms, like the ones in OOT outside the ice cavern, you know? And if you're Deku, you can hold on to the ledge of one of those ice platforms and wait until RNG dips you into the water or something like that. And then that gives you restricted items or whatever, and you can I forget what the terminology is, but you can put on the mask and become human.
Do you want to have chicken breasts or lamb for dinner?
Don't care. Whatever you want. Got a cat video.
Wow. What do you want to do?
I truly don't care. You pick. Can't do my goofy backflips here because I'm actually going to be late. Not really that late, it's just... The main issue is I had to see that loading zone twice. A bunch of extra load zones is the issue. More so than being late. Come on now. Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks for hanging out and looking into the parking.
No problem. Anytime. Bye.
You guys better say it back, even though she's gone. Yeah, what does anyone know what day that Honey and Darling thing is though? Because I really forget. But I think I want to say it's day 3. Day 1 is the bomb baskets, right? There's bomb baskets and there's bomb chew. There's the bomb chew thing. Why is it that it only works on one day? I can't remember anything about this trick. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Oh, this is not nearly as bad as I thought. He can shoot... Oh, you can shoot the targets with magic? Is that the deal? I thought you had to use the bow for that, honestly. Oh, he gets even fewer targets. Nice. Oh yeah! I forgot about that. I learned this very recently when I was learning the 100% route. That's really funny that they do that at the time you enter the room. But then you can just transform and get an easier game. that a lot? No, bro. For some reason I thought I was in range there. Okay, that somehow kind of worked. Why have I done that 2 runs in a row, man? Tried to hover too early. I guess it's because I get scared he's gonna breathe fire on me, but why am I not doing that in practice ever? Come on now. Did I do an extra hover again? No way. No way I did an extra hover again. Let's see. No, I don't think I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm so stupid, man. I'm so stupid. I'm gonna take a break until after dinner. I'm gonna leave the stream on, but it could be a bit. But I'm gonna do at least one more attempt after dinner. This has been brutal, but I just gotta get used to this trick, and I don't know what to say. I'm used to it in practice. And then I do a run and do something really stupid. I don't understand how I did that. I was counting in my head. Somehow it went wrong. Alright, be back in a bit.